when teachers are hired to work with African American males, they're not asked what experience you have. They're not asked whether or not you're coming to teaching primarily to make a difference in the next generation. They're not asked those questions. The questions that matter most in the classroom are not asked. As a helping profession, again, it doesn't matter the education or years on the job. You have to care. And as someone who spends time in the classroom, I can say for certain that if I were in charge of public education, half the teachers would not be there, black or white, because many of them have bought into this myth that many of our African American boys cannot be reached, that there's nothing they can do about it, and that actually impacts their work. Even the research shows that when a teacher doesn't believe a student can learn, it literally impacts the amount of attention that they give that child. On the flip side, students who they believe can learn, they actually give them more attention. So when I always get the age-old question of why is the African American IQ test score 15 points lower than the white or the Asian test score, there's a lot of reasons to explain that, and one of them is Asian students and white students benefit from a quote-unquote positive stereotype where the teacher walks into the classroom, they assume that they're going to do well because they're white or Asian. And on the flip side, the African American boy suffers to the detriment of the quote-unquote negative stereotype because the assumption is he's going to be a behavioral problem even before the first lesson is begun.
And he absorbs that and does not perform as well because he understands that the perception is that he is not going to perform as well. So it's sort of self-fulfilling.
Yes, indeed. And it's perception plus action. So it's not just that he knows the teacher is thinking differently. It comes out in her behavior. For example, I just consulted on a case with a group of attorneys with an African-American boy who was literally sat in the back of the classroom facing the wall for an entire month of instruction. How is he supposed to learn when he can't even see you? And this is just an incident that lawyers decided to get on top of, but this is very, very common. I get these types of phone calls all of the time. My voicemail, literally every day, I have to clean it out from calls from parents across the country about all types of academic and psychological injustices that are being perpetuated against their children. One of the biggest messages that I want to make and that I'm trying to make with my book and that I'm going to make tonight in the presentation is that the miseducation of our children is not an accident. It's not because teachers need better training. It's not because parents have to be more involved. Of course, parents need to be more involved. Teachers need better training. But the students are not learning because the public school is designed to prepare them for prison. African Americans were brought to America to serve, and we are no longer needed in the American economic order for it to function. There's more than 4 million undocumented illegal immigrants, and the United States Congress is paving the way for them to stay as long as they can find employment. How do you justify employment for illegal immigrants when half the black men in New York City are unemployed? Half the black men in Philadelphia, Atlanta, Detroit, Chicago are unemployed. Black men are no longer needed in this society. And as a result of that, the public education system is designed to prepare a pathway that leads from the front door of the school to the back door of the prison.
Now you're talking about a recent revolution because this educational system is the one that created those teachers that you talk about, created those role models that I'm sure that you have whose shoulders you stand on. So what do you think happened? When did this design come into place? Because we see a historical legacy of education being the way. We see a historical legacy of African Americans doing well and striving and placing an emphasis on education, where it was a community, where it was a family. So this design is come about. How complicit are African Americans in it? How complicit are parents in it? Educators in it, such as those of us who do teach, because it wasn't done in a vacuum. And if we were to talk about an immigration issue, there are individuals who are struggling and doing the same thing that African Americans did. I mean, when we look at, if we're going to separate and say it's because there are immigrants here who are here who came illegally and are taking jobs, that's an old argument that has not always proven true. But talk to me about the change that you see from African Americans who benefited from this educational system, transformed it, became involved in it and ingrained in it and shaping it into what you see now as it being so problematic.
Sure. First, let me clarify. My argument is not that immigrants are causing the problems of African American males. Our problems are caused by the government and by the larger society. These are systemic things that are being put in place. It's just that the immigrants are being used to fill that void. It's not necessarily their fault, and I don't place any blame on them. but there is a deliberate effort by the lawmakers in this country and the economic sector that governs this country above and beyond the law to actually do away with the African American male's necessity. This has actually been a government policy since the end of slavery, which has only increased over the time. So it's not the immigrants who are at fault. It's just that they're being used within the system to actually help with the removal of the black male from the American society, which is why prison is so very popular. This actually began back in the 1970s and the 1980s when there was a deliberate design by both governmental and economic powers to rid the black community of trade skill programs in the high schools as well as factory jobs within the inner cities. Back up until about 1970, 1974, you could graduate from high school.
Shit, he's always on my ass.
And be able to take care of your family with no college being necessary. But after those factories and plants started
Fuck, that officer's on my ass,
of African American communities and near African American communities, and when a lot of that being transported over to second and third world countries, and at the same time stripping many of our inner city high schools of the trade programs that prepared African American males in particular for employment after high school without college, you then saw the growth of the prison system. And of course with that you had the bringing in of cocaine and of course the crack cocaine epidemic. All of this was by design. So it wasn't anything that black men did deliberately that brought this about. This was part of the governmental plan to rid us from being necessary within the economic agenda. And you have it now. Prison isn't necessary when jobs are plentiful. When in sociology, you actually study the relationship between employment and crime. And when employment is low, crime is up, whether you're black, white, or purple. You go back 50 years in American society, you look at who the drug dealers and the gangsters were. They were not African American. They were Italian, they were Jewish immigrants, and they participated in illegal crime. Okay, not because they were any less honorable than anyone else, but they had to make a way to take care of their families. But in the 1940s, the United States government decided to actually upgrade, quote unquote, for lack of a better word, certain European ethnic minorities and make them white. Jews and Italians and Irish were not white prior to 1940, but it wasn't until that time that they were absorbed into the American economic order, and African Americans were then shuffled into that criminal underworld. So the argument again is that we are complicit. I agree with you totally. We are complicit because we don't do anything about what's being done to us. We are guilty on the community level. We're guilty in the political sector. We're guilty in the higher education sector. And I would argue that one of our biggest obstacles as it relates to improving the education for our children or the condition of African American people in general is that our most educated minds are not necessarily our most committed minds. In the aftermath of the civil rights movement, the United States government deliberately sought to create a black middle class. Some professors on the college level, some pastors, religious leaders, community leaders, those in the media, those who are economically self-sufficient, and they use this buffer group of blacks to kind of be an argument against the masses of blacks to say that racism is not your problem. Racism is not your problem because Dr. Umar Johnson has 6 college degrees and he's a black man. He's never been to jail. So if racism is your problem, how do you explain that? Well, you can explain it real simply. There's not a lot of Dr. Umar Johnsons. There's not a lot of you also. Okay, African Americans are less than 1% of all doctors in this country, regardless of whether they're specializing in the social science or biological science. We who are educated have to stop allowing the American social order to use us as an argument against our people to say that racism is not their issue. It is their issue. We are only the few. We are the few, and it should be more of us, but there's not because only a few of us are allowed to get through. I know from experience, because my parents were married and because my father participated in my education, the schools wouldn't dare try to put me in special education. I was chosen to be one of those who will be given opportunities when many of my classmates were not. Many of them are dead. They're in jail. They're still on the corner selling drugs. Why? Because I was given an opportunity that they were not given. At the end of the day, we have to look at how access to opportunity is not being granted equitably across the board for African Americans. White racism, regardless of how we want to ignore it or act like it's not there because we have a black president in the White House, is still the #1 problem affecting African Americans in this country.
That brings up a lot of controversy, even among African Americans whom people think are being affected by racism, who say, well, that's not the issue for me. And I'm not saying that there's not racism, and I'm saying they're saying, we're not saying there's not racism, but when we hear that, you make it seem as if there is nothing we can do.
There is.
But I'm just, and I want you to respond to that, but I'm saying that there is not this, oh, woe is me, I'm a victim of racism. And when you look at the pool of individuals who are affected because of the educational system and the economy, it's no longer just of color. So you have white parents, and you have Hispanic parents, and you have others who are having difficulty and challenges with the school system. So if the white parent who's now saying that the Asian student is being favored, how are we going to explain? Is it racism? Is it classism, perhaps? Where does that come into play? And how do we make this switch? What is it that we're going to do that's going to allow us to no longer simply say it's racism without saying, and this is how we do it? Because our ancestors faced many more challenges than what we did, and did it. Not all of them, but certainly a significant period after that Reconstruction from 1865 to 1900. That 35-year period was the biggest leap educationally, socially, and politically. So how are we going to face what we say today is keeping us back and holding us down?
Well, firstly, I would say that if you look at the statistics on education, you'll find that what's being done to African American boys is not being done to any other boy in this country. White boys don't suffer the types of educational racism that black boys do, nor do Hispanics. And this is even reflected in the research. There is no other child in this country who faces the type of barriers that African American males do. So they don't have an equivalent, so we cannot lump our situation in with any other group, because no other group suffers what we suffer. As far as what we can do about it, it comes down to organization. Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael said that if you organize a little bit, you get a little bit done. If you organize a lot, you get a lot done. But if you don't organize at all, you don't get anything done. And our problem is that we're not organized. You have to organize to fight against anything. And the reason why other ethnic minorities in this country are able to get some concessions and make some progress is because they do everything as a group. But unfortunately, we as a group of people are still infected with post-traumatic slavery disorder, which basically means we tend to fight more than we do anything else. As the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, we are rich and people cope with petty differences. And until we overcome those petty differences, it's going to be difficult for collective progress to be made, and so many of us are not even proud of being black in the first place.
And you are watching UDC Forum. My interview with Dr. Umar Johnson will continue after this break.
Come on! Yes.
Welcome back to UDC Forum. Dr. Johnson, you talked about the challenges. Let's talk about some solutions. What do you see as the way of correcting and stopping some of the issues and challenges that are facing our society?
As it relates to solutions, there's two. One is proactionary and preventive, and the other is reactionary and based on coming in after the problem has been created to do something about it. Let's start with the proactionary institution. If you look at most of what America uses, at least 50% of the inventions that made this country famous came out of the minds of African Americans and came out of our minds before we was allowed to go to school with black students. I think that we have to rethink our push for school desegregation. I think that we have to go back to building our own schools for our children. We have to look at our definition of education. Up until now, the definition of education for African American youth has been to teach them how to function.
Come on, phone love. How, bro? How? I gotta take these big ass exhaust off this bitch, bro. I got to. And the main reason is because my shit keep getting caught on shit when I be driving. The back got caught on the trailer. These make one of them bitches just break off. Shut your ass phone. Yo, what's up, yo? Well, watching me, what's up? Don't be a stranger, say something. You weirdo. Where you going? Every fucking time bullshit like that happens. Whoa! What was I doing? What was I trying to die? Remember the phone. How, God? How? How did that even happen? What's up? What are you talking about? Wait, that's what kind of. You say do what? He tell that shit while I'm on. He snapped. That bitch straight. Why you say that? Yeah, I kinda like J Park little piece. That bit that grew on me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then you gotta go to our own for real. That's the other way. Huh? Yeah, niggas just be in the mountains a little piece. Niggas just gotta have like a little clips of a road trip, really. Yeah. Really, I'm pretty, Jay probably do, really. Jay probably got dumb clips. That's who was the tourist. Damn. For 99, it's only like 99 cents for like a billion gigabytes, I think. I got stored in that bit. Yeah, it's 99. Yeah, you ain't finna drop no song where you talking like that. Yeah, cause you had another song where you was talking crazy. You said you weren't gonna drop it. What the who? You trying to make it make sense. Your breath so hot. I wish I was there, man, so I can help you choose some better beats, cause you be choosing the worst beats. Hmm? Nah, I ain't gonna cap, but I've been sleep on yak. Nah, I ain't heard none of his new shit.
Yeah, you did.
I'm here.
You like the old Kodak. You done remix Young Boy shit
What song?
last week. You remember that song? Young Boy, I've been like no Gucci man in 2006.
You're totally following me!
Hey.
What's up, Alex? I was on the phone with my uncle this whole time. Oh, man, hung up. His phone probably died. Or somebody probably FaceTime him or something. I was helping him write a song. I want to eat an edible. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm craving a Fruity Pebble edible. Not gonna lie. I should have bought more of them. I bought 30. Damn, I need to buy like 30 more. Yeah, I woke you up. What you want? What you want? Huh? You love? Yeah. My girlfriend. Alex, talk to me, man. What's up? What's been going on in the races, Mr. NASCAR driver? You ain't never tell me how I can watch it, bro. I be wanting to see it. Shit, you'll give me a reason to watch. If you can hear me, you should be able to hear me. Make sure you can hear me. Yeah, you can.
I changed my name on Twitch.
Oh, there we go. Oh, you say you changed your name on Twitch? Well, you know, I don't be on Twitch that often. No more. Like, I be flopping back and forth, but I tend not to. I don't know why. I want to get it to where I can stream both at the same time. Really want to know. Cause I like YouTube and I like Twitch. What the fuck? I didn't cut custom cars off. No, let me not get this car and lose.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, brother. Eating a little fruity pebble edible here.
Sounds good.
It is, bro. Wow. Come on, bro. It's the police calls, bro. Whoa! Fuck.
Cops are crazy in this game.
Tell me about it, bro. But it's kind of fun. It's like, oh my god, look. Did you see that? The bitch just glitched across the street. That's the crazy part on this game, is the glitching across the street shit. Look at that. What is he right there for? Look at that bitch. Look how he came out. Look, oh my god, dude. It's like they want to get hit by a car going full speed. I never seen cops gonna do that in real life. Like, just volunteer to get hit by cars going full speed. That's not their thing. Like, cops just don't sign up to get hit by speeding cars. I don't know who told them this is the ideal thing. Fuck that. Fuck you. greatly improved my position from 7th place. Almost podium. Hold on, I got something in my eye. Just let it go. Yeah, got me a Red Bull right here, brother. Keep me one of these. This the what this is? What this is here? The kiwi apple. The kiwi apple right here. You gotta fuck with him. Let me cut on the light. See that bit? Lime green motherfucker. I also got some Sour Patch Kids edibles too. Let me fuck with it in a second. Y'all was looting. Damn, I ain't gonna see that. I'm really loud. And my controller way over there. It's delicious.
I like sour candies. Random phone call.
He got a random phone call. Yeah, I fucked this out, but yeah, that yeah, a little business call, you know, doing my 1-2 thing. Oh. But look, how can I watch the NASCAR race, bro? I don't see where to watch it at. I don't got cable, like, so how can I watch it on my computer? You know what I'm saying? No, I don't see nowhere to watch it. Like, they ain't run no ads telling people where to watch the race at or nothing. Now, where's the advertising? You know what I'm saying? What's the advertising budget? It's like, they don't want no motherfucking body to watch that motherfucker. Seem like this is America. You supposed to advertise shit. You know what I mean?
YouTube TV.
Oh, okay. Oh, they must got a contract with them, man. That's probably what it is.
Or TV.
You talking about or TV? Yeah, that's something I don't got is TV. I don't watch TV. Oh, time to race already. I hate how they made these races, bro. It's like the fucking Celica is faster than everything by like light speed. You know what I mean? There's no competition, bro. It ain't no competition. Like
Channel.
You said what? Channel. You must be talking about Speed Channel. Other viewer, what's up? Talk to me. Man, come on. Oh, shit. Come on, God. Butt with me. Butt with me.
You better win.
Bro, me too, bro. I hope I win too, brother. Oh, move, bro, with the fuckery. That's how you do that. God, man, that's not what we talked about. This bitch just won in the Remus. He just won in the Remus. I'm so mad because I've been racing. I was racing in the Remus for like motherfucking 3-4 hours and I couldn't even come in 5th place. Nah, I couldn't come in 3rd place, I'd say. It's crazy. I gotta drink a Red Bull. I sweated a little bit just then. Shit. First place was right there, man. I'm right here. First place right there. I could have got his ass. Fuck. I need to drive better. I fucking suck. A fucking Remus. Damn, he did that shit. That's why I caught his ass. I hit the thing, car get on 2 wheels, all type of shit. And I got the bitch lowered. Shit crazy. Fucking Remus, boy, he took the fuck off in that bitch. What I was doing? Smoking. I don't know whether to be happy or mad about second place. Cause these races are fucking killing me. This is not no easy ass racing. Not gonna lie. No. Tying around these sour patches down the old hatch. Mm. 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 Nope, didn't get hit bomb. Shit. Bro, this bitch smacked the fucking concrete so hard, this bitch flipped smack over. Whoa, I know he's pissed, bro. He just flipped. I tried to let that bitch go too, bro. Just fucking slid for like 100 feet. I just found a little. Oh! Bye. I don't think too many other cars could have did that. But what just happened to me. Shit! That was a motherfucking close one. Shit! Man, my dog got his shit dressed up like mine. Wrong. Shit. That was fun. I need a walk hard pool so I can swim in it, cuz.
Are you interested in learning about real estate investing in Jacksonville, Florida? You have come to the right place. We make it super simple. We do a show called the Not Your Average Investor Show, and we do it twice a week. So come and join us. We have educational content, inspirational content from real estate investors, entrepreneurs, and those who are interested in Jacksonville, Florida.
I got a PIF.
In just about 2 days, the moratorium on evictions will be over. And every single landlord in this country who has tenants who aren't
lobby.
is going to be
So I'm gonna close it for like a minute
and suing
take the
for back
piss.
rent because now they can't. See, a lot of people don't seem to understand how the economy works. They have this thing in their mind where they think, or this perspective, every landlord must own 1 million buildings. Every movie must be a Hollywood blockbuster. Every musician must be a celebrity rock star, not realizing that the overwhelming majority of this country is small businesses. Artists who don't make that much money, musicians who don't make that much money. Small shops that do baked goods or hardware stores. And landlords who own maybe 1 or 2 buildings. Maybe a landlord owns a 3-flat. They live on the top and they rent out the next 2. Well, for the past year, people have been able to live for free. Some stories are kind of horrifying. That even though people were getting unemployment checks, this beautiful COVID unemployment benefit equivalent to about $15, $16 an hour, they were like, why pay if I don't have to? And now what? They'll get evicted, but they'll keep all that money, right? There are a lot of people who probably couldn't pay their rent, and so they weren't able to. Well, now there is going to be like a switch being flicked. If nothing changes right now and the moratorium expires, we are going to see all of the eviction notices go out on the first, very likely, and then by the end of the month, you are going to see millions of people homeless, unless the government intervenes. Which they might, because Blasio is talking about buying up these buildings.
My bad, I'm back.
Add to this Biden inflation. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, that's right. Real hourly
Si hablo en inglés.
Due to Biden's inflation. So, I'm not going to be overly pessimistic, man, but I guess to everybody who voted for Donald Trump and said, do not vote for Biden, he'll tank the economy, he'll take independence, gas prices will skyrocket. Y'all can say, I told you so. I told you so, like 50 times. So we'll talk about that. We're going to have that episode. What's going on, man?
Going on, Tim. How are you?
Matt, the AC broke.
The AC broke, but we've got, we've got some temporary units up. It's pretty good. This chair though is a little. Do you guys
comfortable?
Yeah, a little.
Well, there used to be these really
huevos punta.
supports on them, and we took them off. Now there's no supports on them.
There's nothing.
Yeah, I usually lean forward anyway, but some people that guess will lean back and they'll be like, oof.
Yeah, I like to lean back.
Yeah, you need something. So I'm doing bad because the AC broke. You're doing bad because you got no.
So it's a grumpy show.
Lumbar support.
It's a grumpy show today.
Grumpy show.
Besa mi culo. Bro, I don't know what you saying, bro. I don't speak Spanish for real.
Háblame en español, culiado.
I only know. Let me see.
La tele. Ahora voy a tener el culo.
How do you say small in Spanish? I don't even remember how to say small in Spanish.
Bueno, chicos, no quiero que hagan trampa, no se choquen.
How do you say small in Spanish? I really forgot.
Getting that perfect slice is satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding too. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Slice to order makes a sub above.
I think people lose focus. As a Rastafarian, our music was more deep, and they would want to promote that. So the people that will come with the derogatory thing and the water down thing, they seem to be more marketable. But most of the producers, because they experience the people. Everything's so much about Rasta, man, you know? And everything. When we have a black star and long time for PPs, it does a ranges to the natural. It's P where them call the peanut pocket, the peanut BP. He said that to our stepson, so, I said, that music and I said, yeah, man, I don't know if it's out here, Rasta. You know, and then I go record a song, the producer will tell you about that in a Randy studio, Randy the Princeton, the Queen of BP. And I love them in front of them. I said, boy, you can remember why you have to come to a car, and my stepmother said, that now the world. And when they are big song, I said, I tell you. So you find so the people them straight. I can quote again the same thing because even people say about the last year when it comes to was that themselves. See? Even as seduction, spirit and thing. The people them run from the truth when they are nothing else or anything. So it gives an avenue, you know, to people and them not religious or not conscious. I want to spread everything conscious. I know the world accepts that more. Then out of that, when we get to know called dancehall. This dancehall was actually coming music here. And now some virgin showing it as dancehall music, you know.
Fermez vos gueules.
It's like people now much better to create some dance move like them choose a beat and the dance alone to make it go like them start with lyrics to it. Sing another plane or something, some song with some derogatory lyrics to it. Why them call dancehall music, it makes people want to dance. And the beat, it comes like a contagious, you know, and infectious, you know. It's nice, it's what you put on it. Our music is a reggae baby, but it's not reggae. Notice this now. If a man from Jamaica gets nominated for Grammy, he's going to have the tempo of reggae, and then I call it a reggae category. So it's called Jamaican music reggae. Them. Now, unlike America where you have pop, hip hop, you know, and you don't get your award in the crowd neither. So reggae music take a dive. Not that it died because some youth come with it. I like them still I say them come to revive reggae. Like reggae did I suffer from almost dying, drowning, and I heard things and I never know to revive. But that's because so some of our great artists passed, who never passed now, the one them come and I say them a carry it on, them water it down, because them say have to do crossover, forget the big market, you know. But we who stick to it, sure say, yo, you can't get to another trap there, we now bow. Blues track reggae, you know.
Our commitment to you is delivering the world's most advanced PC. Our passion for chasing performance and improvement is what motivates us. We achieve this with our
Inspired by the last talker, I'm going to have a little song about internet porn. No, just kidding. The widespread use of internet porn is one of the fastest moving, most global experiments ever unconsciously conducted. Nearly every young guy with an internet access becomes an eager test subject. Canadian researcher Simon Lajeunesse found that most boys seek pornography by age 10, driven by a brain that is suddenly fascinated by sex. Now, users perceive internet porn as far more compelling than porn of the past. Why is that? Unending novelty. In this Australian experiment, it's not mere nudity, but novelty that gets arousal skyrocketing. Subjects watch 22 porn displays. See that spike? That's where the researchers switched to porn the guys hadn't seen before. What happened? Their erections and their brains fired up. Why all the excitement? Mother Nature likes to keep a male fertilizing willing females as long as any new ones are around. In that top line, the ram, he needs more and more time to mate with the same old ewe. But if you keep switching females, the bottom line, well, it's just not the same. He can get the job done in 2 minutes flat and keep going until he is utterly exhausted. Well, you can... It's just not the same. He can get the job done in 2 minutes flat and keep going until he is utterly exhausted. This is known as the Coolidge effect. Without the Coolidge effect, there would be no internet porn. This old mammalian program, the Coolidge effect, perceives each novel female on a guy's screen as a genetic opportunity. To keep a guy fertilizing the screen, his brain releases the go-get-it neurochemical dopamine for each novel mate or image. Eventually the ram will tire, but as long as the guy can keep clicking, he can keep going, and so will his dopamine. With internet porn, a guy can see more hot babes in 10 minutes than his ancestors could see in several lifetimes. The problem is he has a hunter-gatherer brain. A heavy user's brain rewires itself to this genetic bonanza, so his brain becomes associated with this porn harem. Such behaviors that are associated with this are being alone, voyeurism, clicking, searching, multiple tabs, fast forwarding, constant novelty, shock, and surprise. As one young guy once asked, are we the first generation to masturbate left-handed? Now, real sex, in contrast, is courtship, touching, being touched, smells, pheromones, emotional connection, interaction with a real person. Now, what happens when our guy finally gets with a real mate? Well, researchers don't know much about the effects of internet porn for several reasons. In 2009, when Lajeunesse tried to study porn's impact, he couldn't find any college-age males who weren't using it. So the first serious dilemma is that studies have no control groups. Now this creates a huge blind spot. Imagine if all guys started smoking at age 10 and there were no groups that didn't. We would think that lung cancer is normal for all guys. Undaunted by his lack of non-users, Lajeunesse asked 20 male students, is internet porn affecting you or your attitudes towards women? Their answer, nah, I don't think so. But they've been using it for about a decade then, pretty much non-stop. This is like asking a fish what it thinks about water. Which brings us to a second problem. Now, researchers haven't asked porn users about the symptoms Zimbardo described in The Demise of Guys. Arousal addiction symptoms are easily mistaken for such things as ADHD, social anxiety, depression, concentration problems, performance anxiety, OCD, and a host of others. Now, healthcare providers often assume that these conditions are primary, perhaps the cause of addiction, but never really the result of an addiction. As a consequence, they often medicate these guys without really inquiring about if they have an internet addiction. So guys never realize that they could overcome these symptoms simply by changing their behavior. Now, the third problem is it's hard to believe that sexual activity can cause addiction because sex is healthy. But internet porn is not sex. Internet porn is as different from real sex as today's video games are from checkers. Watching a screen full of naked body parts won't automatically protect one from arousal addiction. In this Dutch study, here's the title, they found that in fact, of all activities on the internet, porn has the most potential to become addictive. Here's why. This ancient program, the reward circuit, evolved to drive us towards natural rewards, such as sex, bonding, and food. As a consequence, extreme versions of natural rewards have a unique ability to capture us. For example, high-calorie foods or hot, novel babes give us extra dopamine. Too much dopamine, though, can override our natural satiation mechanisms. For example, give rats unlimited access to junk food, and almost all of them will binge to obesity. This is also why 4 out of 5 Americans are overweight and about half of those are obese.
Motherfucker, 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 motherfuckers, motherfucker, the motherfuckers, motherfuckers, motherfucker, motherfucking, motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucking, motherfucker. Motherfucker, motherfucking, motherfucking, motherfuckers, motherfucking, motherfucker, motherfuckers, motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfuckers, motherfucker, 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 motherfucking, motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucking, 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 motherfuckers, motherfucker. Motherfucker, 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 motherfucking motherfuckers, motherfucking motherfucker, motherfuckers, motherfuckers, motherfucker.
That motherfucker is annoying. You're not lying.
But wouldn't you rather have a boy or a daughter have a father than not have a father? And I say
A white father?
Than not have a father? Because you have stated many times that, like you said on this show, that we have so many significant African American mothers that are single.
Yes.
Right? So I'm saying, is it, so I guess you have to pick the better two of the evil.
No, you're dealing with a band-aid. Yeah. You're saying should the child have a parent even if they're white?
Right.
I'm saying forget the band-aid, give me the solution.
No, but
and the solution is
I'm asking if you had to choose,
let the men out of prison, let the fathers out of prison,
right,
and give them jobs so they can go back into the home and hold their heads up high. That's the solution. Ignore that.
I guess
the white we ignore. Listen, I want to show you how we're still worshiping white folks.
Yeah.
You're going to ignore the black woman of 50 years, his wife of 50 years, who he had until she died. We're going to ignore that and run straight to the white woman who was with him for the last couple of years. Look at that.
But I guess
want you to see the double standard.
I guess that would
the
be
white woman is more important than the black woman for you.
That would be a question that
the
you
white
have
woman,
to ask Frederick Douglass.
No, I'm asking you. Why did you?
But it was his choice.
No, I agree with that part.
Right.
But what I'm dealing with is why did you skip the most significant woman in his life to highlight a Caucasian female? I want you to see your Willie Lynch right there. Did you see that Willie Lynch?
No, I didn't.
It's there though, brother. Look in the mirror.
I didn't. Dr. Johnson, thank you so much. It's been fun. It's been interesting. I will. I am black. Black. You know, black is something that who you are. It's not something that I try to be or somebody try to be.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared. I'm kind of scared of you. I'm kind of scared of you a little bit. So we're both kind of. And hello, welcome to Mike Nice Talking the Talk. I am your host, Mike Nice, the nicest kid around. Today we have a live show. This is October 12th, 2017. Black is beautiful. Ain't that the truth? I want to ask you a true or false question. True or false? You wouldn't be the person who you are today if it wasn't for your passion in Black history in an early age and the correlation between you and Frederick Douglass. True or false?
True.
So, if you didn't have that passion at a young age, and I remember in one of the interviews and videos, you said your father introduced you to him at a family reunion, if I'm not mistaken. Where would your life kind of shift, or what kind of character or person would you be today if that never happened to you?
I think I would still be on the journey and on the path that I'm on now. I think finding out that I was related to Frederick Douglass, whom I consider the greatest Black leader of the 19th century, I think that I would still be doing what I'm doing now, but being related to Frederick Douglass adds a degree of accountability that I have to have for myself. So my decisions, my actions, my goals, my achievements, I don't look at them as only being my own. They're a reflection of my lineage. And so whenever I make a mistake, whenever I let myself down or let the community down, or even when I'm doing something that is beneficial to the community, I always ask myself, what would he think? But not just him, I would ask, what would Grandma Betsy think? What would Grandpa Isaac think? What would Grandma Jenny think? I look at all my ancestors, even those who I'm related to who are not necessarily from my paternal grandmother's family, because we all have full roots. Right. I think about all my ancestors, what would they think about this? So I am very much someone who lives their life from the perspective of what would my predecessors think about what I'm doing.
And you got a lot of people, you had a lot of backlash saying that you're not technically related to him, or some people may say, well, we're all connected to, like, someone like Frederick Douglass. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I would agree with the second statement. I think that if everyone studies their family roots, every Black person, I believe, if they study all four of their ancestral roots, would find that they also are related to someone of extreme significance like a Frederick Douglass. So without question, I would say none of us are alone being able to say ourselves who is not a we just have to know that history. I lucked up because my family taught me to look. So I never had to go look. So my relationship with Frederick Douglass isn't something I found. It's something I was introduced to, as you stated, by my father at a family reunion in Baltimore, Maryland. As far as the first statement, I don't get a lot of backlash for saying I'm related to Frederick Douglass. There's two alleged members from our extended family. And just like with most families, the Bailey family, that's his name, Bailey family. We changed it to Douglas. It's a very large family. So we have relatives on every continent. Like my family, I would never meet because we're too close. But there's two individuals in particular, two gentlemen, whose names I will not call, from what I understand, they want to capitalize and monopolize the name of Frederick Douglass. And because they want to position themselves in such a way that they can make money off of his name by giving speeches, doing plays, being the expert on the life and legacy of Frederick Douglass, they consider me to be a stumbling block to the monopolization of the name of Frederick Douglass. The irony in that is I have not made myself who I am by being related to Frederick Douglass. I made myself who I am by being a psychologist and the educator. I I'm saying that to say that I've never ever been invited to a speech. My professional speaking career is almost 20 years. I've never been invited to a university, a museum, a college, another country, just returning from France. Okay, I've never been invited to any colloquial interview, anything, because I was given to no one has ever said we want you to come and talk about broken brothers. We want you to come and talk about your relationship. It's always the war against black children, racism, okay, male-female relationships, black economics, okay. It's those things, issues that are relevant to us as a people. I've never been asked, nor have I ever been paid for doing anything in the name of broken brothers. So they don't need to be upset at me. They should be upset at themselves. But I would say I'm thankful that they haven't been able to monopolize broken brothers' name and legacy. No ancestor belongs to any of us. They belong to all of us. And none of us should be trying to get paid off of the name of someone.
Let's talk about your school. A couple years ago, you were raised in your school. And I believe that one of the goals, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was between $2 million and $4 million. So this is a three-part question. A is, what's the status of your school? B is, how much money did you raise? And C is, where's that money now?
Okay. And of course, I've answered this 50 times.
51 now.
Yes, sir. I don't mind answering it again only because Connecticut don't get me a lot.
Right.
But I would say though, and this is not to you, because I don't think it's familiar with you. But you do get tired of answering the same question.
Yeah.
Over and over and over and over again. However, the original goal was to purchase the St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia.
Right.
Okay. That is no longer a goal because I was told that it was sold just under a year ago. I found out about it by accident. A friend of mine texted me, there's a black college for sale. They only want $2 million. I said, just $2 million for an entire campus? Let's jump on it. So it came out of the blue back in 2014. We started raising money for the St. Paul's College. I found out just under a year ago, a couple months ago, that it was sold. I'm now being told that it's no longer for sale, so whatever agreement was in place is no longer there. However, the school has been closed for about 2-3 years now. We have not raised the money that was necessary. We originally wanted $4 to $5 million, which would allow us to acquire the school and also pay for the rehabilitation. Okay, we dropped it to $2 million, which was the basic asking price to acquire the school, but that doesn't give you any extra capital to refurbish the school and get it up to code, because you're changing it from a college to a grade school, and the code is totally different. And because it is a historical school, you got to put elevators in there, fire, water, sprinklers. There's a lot we would have had to do. The $2 million wouldn't have gave us enough money for that. But we haven't raised $2 million.
And for my viewers out there, sorry to cut you off, and your school was going to be kind of like a border school?
Residential academy.
Yeah, for the
Yes,
young
sir.
black.
Yes, sir. So now what we're doing with the money we've raised, which is approximately $700,000.
As of today?
As of today.
Okay.
Is we're going to get a regular day school. Okay. We're going to start with a regular day school and expand and grow into the residential academy that across before you can walk.
Now, where is that money sitting right
it's
now?
In a bank account called Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
Okay. I know a lot of people were saying that maybe you could have been pocketing the money, or you maybe were spending some of your money.
I can tell you this.
Out of your
if I was stealing money from that school, I can promise you the FBI would have already arrested me. They watch me more than any Negro on Facebook, YouTube. Snapchat or Instagram.
Right.
So the most ludicrous thing about that is I know that I'm being watched. I've even been told by FBI agents that I'm under surveillance. So if I make any wrong move, they'll catch it before a Negro on Facebook who's never been a principal of a school, never ran a school, never opened a school, doesn't have a doctorate degree, and probably don't have even half the credentials that I hold.
Right.
So I really don't pay a lot of attention to people who just say things without any basis for them. When someone says we think he's stealing the money, based on what? But that follow-up question is never there.
Right.
I've never once heard anybody say why they think he's stealing the money. I think some of that comes from the fact that if a lot of people had access to $700,000, they probably would be stealing the money. But when you have 6 degrees, when you are the most requested black scholar on the planet, okay, when you are a successful school psychologist and a successful author, you don't have to steal money from an effort to build a school project.
Right. And when I know you wanted to raise money for your school, but did you literally have like a step-by-step blueprint though on like what, like how are you gonna like do your finance
now,
and
you're
stuff?
talking
Like
about a former school principal.
Right.
So running a school might be a problem for you, but it wouldn't be for me.
But you had, I'm saying, but you had that structure laid out to the people who wanted to donate, or if someone, like if I wanted to donate, and I said, okay, I'm going to donate $10,000, right? But Dr. Johnson, let me see a structure, let me see a plan of I want to see if, was that laid out to the public or to whomever?
No, because that's none of your concern.
Okay.
Now, if you come to me with a $10,000 check,
or 500, whatever, any donate, right?
Yeah. If you come to me,
right,
with a $10,000 check,
right,
you would be more privy to information than someone who had a $1,000 check. And someone with a $1,000 check will be privy to more information than someone with a $500 check. In other words, you don't get my entire school plan because you're making a donation. Nor have most of my donors asked for it.
Right.
Most of my donors, who are very serious people and strong supporters of Dr. Umar Johnson, are repeat donors. I have doctors who donate thousands every month. I have attorneys, I have scientists, engineers, I have grandparents, I have brothers and sisters who are struggling, but still want to make sure they send that $10 money order in. And they've never asked any questions whatsoever.
Right.
Many of them are people who I've helped with their own children. So they've seen over the past 20 years with my work, being an educator at a school psychologist, and they can clearly see that I'm serious about what I'm doing because they've lived it and they've seen it.
Right.
Now, someone who's not familiar with my background, my history, fighting and saving children, they may be a little bit more reluctant to donate, not knowing much about me.
But you can understand that.
No, which is fine. But as someone who's been in my career as long as I've been in it, and the track record that I have, I don't think you'll find another educator walking alive today who have rescued more black boys from prison, special ed, ADHD, and misdiagnosis than me. So my work speaks for itself. The last point I would say to that is there's no one operating a school from the planet who has ever taken an entire school program and put it out to the public just to get donations. A school is still a business. Okay, you don't go, you'll never find a school that put their whole curriculum on their website, their whole operating plan on their website, their whole structure on their website. It's ridiculous to even ask me to do that because no school operates like that, nor does any business operate like that. And for people asking that question who don't even have the experience, background, or expertise to even effectively evaluate it if I did put it out, is absolutely absurd.
Right. So, and the reason I raise that because some people, like, I'll give me for example. So let's say I want to start a cemetery church. I want to start one. Let's say Mr. Johnson, he me $1 million to start a talk show. You may not know the structure of the talk show or whatever, but maybe we know each other because we've been on the show and maybe we've been in contact. And one may say, would you kind of be concerned, okay, I'm giving you $1 million.
Yes, for $1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. For that type of money, you have a right to ask those questions. You don't have the right to ask those questions for $50.
Even if it's the personal money?
Again, you can get certain information. You're not going to get my curriculum. You're not going to get my business plan. If you require that degree of information for that little bit amount of money, then it's best you not get it. Because last year, black people spent $4 billion on liquor and alcohol. We didn't ask for any business structure from any of those vodka companies or liquor companies. We spent $2 billion on Air Jordans. No one has written a letter to Nike asking Nike how it's investing in the black community. Black women spent $9 billion on weed and porn. We haven't written to a single hair care company asking how you are reinvesting some of our capital back into our community. We spent $600 million on McDonald's and other fast food restaurants, but I have yet to see anyone ask McDonald's, Burger King, or any other restaurant how you're reinvesting some of the capital we give you back into our community. So if you're not questioning people who you give billions to every day, how dare you question someone of my status, of my stature, with the proven track record I have, who only has $700,000? It's absolutely ridiculous.
And I'm glad you mentioned the whole school business thing. And I know you said that you were a former principal. Why not start at whether it was a charter school, public school, private school, independent school? Why not start there and then kind of branch out and then start your own school? Why not like start at a school and then build your way and get there?
Well, as I said earlier, I've already been a principal.
I know.
So I don't have to start there. I've been there already.
But wouldn't you want to collaborate and with schools that would need?
Let me finish this.
Yep.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Because I have my own vision for my own school.
Right.
I don't want to become a part of your school.
Right.
I don't want to become a part of his school. I want to build my own. The vision that I have for my school is not in place, operating anywhere in these 50 states or U.S. territories. In fact, it's on none of the 7 continents. So my vision, my plan, isn't something that I can add to your structure, because my vision as a revolutionary Pan-African nationalist is quite different from many educators who are of bourgeoisie stock and have a different mindset for how they want to educate black children, i.e., right now, whether it is a public school, a charter school, an independent school, most schools only have one goal for black children, and that is to prepare them to go to college. And for me, that's a recipe for disaster, because we have over 2 million African Americans in America right now with master's and doctorate degrees who cannot even find a job. So if your goal of your public school, charter school, private school is to get black kids into college, I would simply say your goal for your students is to get them into debt, because that's the only thing black college is doing for African Americans right now. I have a totally different outlook on education. As far as charter schools go, they're public. Okay? I'm a nationalist. We believe in self-determination in all things. So why do I want to open up a public school owned by the state, ultimately run and controlled by the state? I want my own. And that's why it's going to be the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Independent Leadership.
When can my viewers, my listeners, and your supporters be expecting your school? What year? What's the time frame?
Okay.
if you have, again, another question that I've answered. Yep. I know you said in August of 2018, if not August of 2018, the following year of 2019. Right. So, what are the chances you're going to get that? Have your own school by those in the next couple of years? Is 100 like it's 100%, 90? Okay.
And if there was a delay, and I don't see why there should, then so be it. No one who supports me and my work would care about that at all.
But eventually you do want the school, whether it is in 2 years or it's 5 years. Let's, brother, can we put your mic up this? I'm sorry. Continue.
If I didn't want the school soon, I wouldn't have a date for it already. Okay? So I think that's the answer to that question is self-explanatory.
Okay.
But see, here's the thing that you probably need to know.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the detractors a few times. And there are some. But I think it's very clear for the listening audience that they understand that for every detractor from Dr. Umar Johnson's work, there's a million supporters. You don't get to be the most requested black scholar on the planet, having never been on an Oprah Winfrey show, okay? You don't get there unless your people really support and love you. Okay, I get thousands of pieces of mail every month, whether it's postal mail, whether it's email, whether it's Facebook, whether it's tweets. I just got a text parking outside. That's why I took me a while to get out the car. We were out there. Parents, they really do support me. Our people, they really do support me. Our elders, they really do support me. I just got a text from a athlete superstar. He just shouted me out and said, "Yeah, Bobby, what you doing? What you doing? You changed the way I think." I heard from an NBA athlete last week. Many of our multi-platinum selling artists, they reach out to me, they text, they can't publicly be seen with me per se, but they're supporters of my work, nationally as well as internationally. I just came back from France, I just came back from Africa, I just came back from Canada, I'll be going back, so my travels are unprecedented. The level of support I get is also unprecedented. It can be a struggle because the detractors are so persistent with their detractions. So if you were a Dr. Umar Johnson hater, you won't just make one post and say, "I don't like him, or he's a fraud, or you don't have a doctor, or he's not related to Frederick Douglass." You have to do it repeatedly. Why? Because the level of support that I get is so strong that if you're only dropping one hate message a week, that's going to be nothing compared to the level of momentous positive support that I receive. So although the conversation of detractors come up, I want you to be very clear that every detractor is really supported.
You're an educated man, interesting man. You always say some things but I believe that whether people agree with you or they don't agree with you, I think it's great to have these kind of discussions about belief, about God, about community, about the flag. I think that's great. Not in detail, but have you ever lost family members or friends because of what you believe and state? The word friend is not a term that I take lightly. I've had very few friends in life. I have very few friends now. And at this stage of my career, given the risk and the threats that are around me, I'm not looking to make too many new friends. Okay, because not one of them end up being agents. I have a very large family. Lots of brothers and sisters, cousins, and aunts. I'm sufficient
sufficient with that. And the few comrades and colleagues that I do have, that's enough for me. Someone in my position needs to keep that circle extremely small. Okay. As far as losing and gaining, my life is not a popularity contest. I'm not running for office, nor will I ever. I'm not interested in being anybody's mayor, council person, president, or anything like that, because you cannot fight the white collar workers to be a part of that. So for me, my work is not about popularity. It's not popular telling black women you need to go natural to raise your daughter's self-esteem, not to mention your own. It's not popular to tell black men we have no business marrying white women, but we have so many unmarried black people. It's not popular telling the black community that our sons don't need to be playing football and basketball if they're playing one or two classes. So you can be on TV, but you can't get a high school diploma. Much of my message is not going to be very popular. It's not going to be popular telling black clergymen you have no business 153 years after slavery to still have an image of a deity that looks like your enemy. So most of my message is not because our people are sleeping and my job is to wake them up. And you can't wake up people with taps on the shoulder. You got to wake them up with smacks to the face. I am unapologetically African, always have been and will ever be. Okay, and it's not a popularity contest with me, but obviously through the grace of God and the help of the ancestors, I must have done quite well, because the level of support that I receive across the world, okay, it'll be difficult to find someone else to rival that who has mainstream popularity.
Now, this past summer, late July, early August, you were on the Breakfast Club again. You made another appearance, and that's when you talk about waking people up. You must have threw cold water, ice cold water. You must have did like a bucket challenge, because a lot of people on Twitter and on social media, and criticizing and saying some of the things that you were saying. We're not going to obviously discuss everything that you were saying on the Breakfast Club. I do want to briefly, and I know you talked about this multiple times, but briefly talk about your beliefs on marriage and how black men should only marry black women, and if they don't marry black women, they marry a black. If they marry a white woman, they want to be white and they're feeling the black community. That's your thought. So hypothetically, before we even get deep into that, hypothetically, let's say, because you're not the only one, a lot of people believe in that, actually.
And they should.
Right. So let's say hypothetically the world actually worked the way you thought black people should marry black people in the race. Let's just say. Then there would be no President Barack Obama, there would be no Tiger Woods, there would be no Mariah Carey. These are people who have made impacts on this country, shaped this country a little bit, and helped economically. So if we had all of that, we would not even have our first black president now. If we wanted to race.
If I'm hearing you correctly, you're telling me, you're suggesting that interracial marriage should be acceptable to myself and others who oppose it.
Well, it is acceptable. That's one. But I'm saying
that to myself and others who oppose it, that it should be acceptable because certain
Bob Marley,
biracial Africans have made
and shaped
in different people's opinions.
Well, that's
no, it's not a fact. Barack Obama was not a blessing to Black America.
But he helped the economy. Before we even get deep into that. Hypothetically, let's say, because you're not the only one. A lot of people believe in that, actually.
And they should.
Right. So, let's say hypothetically the world actually worked the way you thought black people should marry black people within the race. Let's just say. Then there would be no President Barack Obama. There would be no Tiger Woods. There would be no Mariah Carey. These are people who have made impacts on this country, shaped this country a little bit, and helped economically. So if we had all of that, we wouldn't even have had our first black president by now. If we wanted to race.
You're telling me, you're suggesting that interracial marriage should be acceptable to myself and others who oppose it, because had it not,
well, it is acceptable. That's one. But I'm saying,
I said to myself
okay,
and others who oppose it, that it should be acceptable because certain
and Bob Marley,
biracial Africans have made in different people's opinions.
Well, facts.
No, it's not a fact. Barack Obama was not a blessing to Black America.
But he helped the economy.
I don't care about the economy.
But I'm just saying that was one of the things I was saying.
Half of the black men in America and in every major city is unemployed. So how did him helping the economy help black men when our unemployment rate was higher under Barack Obama than under George Bush? And I can give you the 10 major cities for black people in America. The black male unemployment rate isn't under 40% in any of those cities. Mm-hmm. So him helping the economy did not help black people.
He did bring jobs back, and before he was the president, there were still millions of African Americans in the prison system.
Okay, and they still are.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But my point is,
okay,
let me get back to the purpose of the question.
Yep.
Because some biracial African people have made a contribution to the society, according to, that's your opinion. For example, in your opinion, Barack Obama made a significant contribution. In my opinion, he significantly and detrimentally impacted black people.
Okay.
Okay, in a negative fashion.
Okay.
Okay. And I can detail what those things were. But to say that we should allow a behavior that crystal clearly is not in the best interest of black people to exist because a few biracial Africans will be able to make a contribution to the larger society, to me is absolutely ridiculous. Because just as you name those few biracials who have made contributions to the society, I can name you millions of full-blooded African people who have made even greater contributions. So there's no need. That's like saying, okay, yeah, these people over here committed murder, but you know, he actually murdered somebody who was going around hurting the community, so maybe we should allow murder. Wrong is wrong, and dysfunctional behavior is dysfunctional behavior. You can't look to the fact that a few biracial Africans did something of benefit to say we should now allow interracial relationships. That's ridiculous.
And I know one of the things you also say is because no one's gonna understand a black man struggle than a black woman.
No, without question, but there's another point to that.
Okay, let me hear that
I'm
point.
politically pragmatic.
Okay.
So as a pragmatist, when you say that interracial marriage should be allowed to exist because some biracial children have made contributions, I would say to that, even if that is to be the case, let's look at all of the detriments that interracial marriage contribute to. The top one being the fact that only 1 out of every 4 black women in America gets married.
Right.
As I said on the Breakfast Club, our sisters
are the last married and the first to be divorced.
Right.
Okay, by not having black men committed to black women, you undermine the most important institution in our community, which is the family. So if interracial relationships is tearing down the foundation of the black family, why would you support that? A few blacks making a contribution doesn't even begin to compare with the fact that so many black women will be without a husband if we allow that behavior to continue.
But being black doesn't necessarily mean you know the black person's struggle. That's not necessarily true. I
disagree with that.
All right, so my point, my side, I was raised by a divorced mother, middle class. She had a master's degree in social work. My sister, who went to Yale, she went to UConn Law School. Now she's an attorney. So we were never under food stamps. We were never. They were, because I was a kid. They were never. We were never living check to check, right? So I can say I understand and I know it's difficult for families, for black families who live like that. But I can't necessarily say I know the struggle because I was never raised like that. Mm-hmm. Now, a white person could be the same, or Mexican or Asian could be the same thing. They could say, okay, listen, I know the struggle, I understand the struggle, or they can say I've been through the same struggle than a black person, living food stamp, getting stopped by a police, obviously not as often as black men.
When you're discussing issues of class, we're talking about race.
Right.
I don't care if you're a multi-millionaire, upper middle class, or blue, black, poor on the bottom.
Right.
All of us have experienced racism. We all know what it is. We are all descendants and relatives of the only non-white people to come to this country to be systematically dehumanized
but we
and
all experience
marginalized.
Racism.
No Chinese has had that. No Arab has had that. No Mexican has had that. We have an experience that is unique to us that no other race can share, irrespective of your education or income. Look at me.
Right.
I am a doctor, okay? But that doesn't mean I don't understand the struggles of brothers and sisters who may not have as comfortable a life as I do, but I can definitely understand what it feels like to be pulled over by that New Haven police officer for doing absolutely nothing wrong.
You said that if a black man marries a black woman, they're failing the black community, in your opinion.
I didn't say if a black man marries a black woman. I said a black man should marry a black woman.
Right, but if they don't, they will. That's like you said, one of the...
Absolutely.
Right.
How can you be a role model to black boys,
so my question,
showing them what black manhood is about, and your wife don't even look like your mother?
So my question,
absolutely unacceptable.
So my question is, how is a black husband and a black wife, how them two together is going to stop black on black violence, black on black selling drugs to black? How is that going to even stop that?
I'll give you a couple issues to that. First of all, significant issues like crime, unemployment, those are not solved by families. Those are solved by communities,
right.
Which is why one of our most sacred proverbs in the black community is that it takes a village. But that village is comprised of strong, black, self-identifying husbands and wives working together with other husbands and wives, building a community, and therefore creating the systems and institutions, programs and processes that prevent mass incarceration, black on black crime.
So with a strong...
Come, take a tour on the Oregon Trail. Get carried away on the Snake River.
All of these other issues. Are you not aware that the black on black crime is a result of the destruction of the black family?
But more of a strong black community, more of blacks marrying within our race. You think that's going to stop that, even with the whole job unemployment being as low as we said?
Well,
African American.
first of all, the unemployment. Let's not confuse it. Okay, I'm not confusing tactics with systems.
Right.
Unemployment was a tactic introduced in the 1970s during the post-Dr. King assassination era to erode the fabric of the black family by making the black male financially irrelevant to the black female's livelihood. Black families were married from slavery all the way through Reconstruction. You don't begin to see a decline in two-parent homes until the 70s. Why? Mass incarceration and unemployment.
But wouldn't you rather have a boy or a daughter have a father than not have a father? And I say,
A white father?
Than not have a father? Because you have stated many times that, like you said on this show, that we have so many significant African American mothers that are single, right? Right? So I'm saying, is it, so I guess you have to pick the better two of the evil.
No, you dealing with Band-Aid. You're saying should the child have a parent even if they're white?
Right.
I'm saying forget the Band-Aid, give me the solution.
No, but
the solution is
I'm asking if you had to choose,
let the men out of prison, let the fathers out of prison, and give them jobs so they can go back into the home and hold their heads up high. That's the solution.
And you're saying if those people come out of prison, what are the chances of them going back to prison? Some of them, a lot of African Americans,
well, why would they go back to prison? Right. You have that 87% prison recidivism rate.
Some of it because of jobs. And
some of it. Some of it.
I'm not going
Do I need
to
to
say 100%. I don't know.
I'll give you at least 85%. Okay. Listen, the three most frequent emails I get. One, can you come speak? Obviously. Next to that, third one is brothers and sisters who have come out of prison who don't want to go back, who will work for less than minimum wage about the help of find a job. You cannot sit there as a black man and not empathize with the fact that so many of our returning citizens, brothers and sisters, don't want to go back to prison, but they need an opportunity to go back to American society. 80 years ago, guess who was out there breaking the law and going to jail to feed their family? Poor Jews, poor Irish, and poor Italians. They were doing the same things black men are doing in New Haven, Connecticut, in Bridgeport, in Hartford right now. And you know what the difference came? In the 1940s, the United States government decided to upgrade Jews, Irish, and Italians as white people because they were not considered white until 1940. And they gave the Irish the police departments, they gave the Italians the fire departments, and they gave the European Jewish families the civil service municipal jobs in our city centers that they still dominate to this day. In other words, they gave them an economic stimulus package. Where is our economic stimulus package? You said that criminals are born, criminals are made. It's the government that's criminal, not the brothers.
What's your ideal of the African American today?
What do you mean, ideal?
What is your, so when someone says an African American,
first of all, there's no such thing as an African American.
Okay.
It doesn't even exist.
Alright, so when someone says the black
the term Jesse Jackson gave us in 1980.
So when someone says a black person, what's the vision? So what do you think of when someone says a black person? Somebody can say, okay, what are black people like in this country? how would you describe it?
Oppressed.
That's it?
That's it.
No positive, no...
Oh, there's a lot of positive, but you're assuming that the person coming from France asking about African people don't understand African culture.
Right.
Because we may be all across the world, but we all came from the same place.
A lot of people say,
When I went to France, I didn't have to ask about African culture. Because even though that y'all speak French,
you did your research.
I know where you came from. No, because I know who I am.
Yeah,
So when I go to Jamaica, I don't have to ask them what is African culture. They came from the same place my ancestors come from. When I was in China a couple months ago, I didn't have to ask the brothers and sisters in China and Japan what's African culture, because I am it. Family reconnecting with me.
Let's talk about the flag. Actual for the flag. In my opinion, I think that we have had people die for that right for people to kneel on the flag. That's my opinion. And I feel this, a lot of people think, oh, this is new. This has been going on for a long time. This is the first time that this has happened. We have a great deal of athletes doing it at the same time. Where in the 90s and 80s, we had a few individuals doing protesting and not kneeling for the flag. What's your take on that? And what do you think is going to happen moving on? Not even in the next year or so, but in the future, how that's going to affect athletes, especially icons like LeBron James, and Steph Curry, and Serena Williams.
But thank God for
Michael Douglas also got married to a white woman.
as an old man he did.
He still got married.
Acceptable.
Right, I'm just saying.
And that's okay.
I know.
You point that out. But I
No,
want
I'm
to
just
point-
saying because you were pointing that out, so you got
I'm
to.
glad you pointed it out.
Good.
I'll point it out myself when I speak.
I know.
So it's nothing to be hidden.
Right.
But what I don't like is when black people, okay, ignore the Queen Mother, my auntie Anna Murray Douglas, whom all 5 of Frederick Douglass's children were born. How do you skate over a blue, black, purple, nappy-headed black woman without whose help he would have never even made it to freedom? She was the one who sold that seller's outfit. She was the one who gave him the ideas to get the papers from another brother to pose as his freedman's papers. You understand?
Yes.
So we ignore that.
I guess
The white, we ignore, listen, I want to show you how we're still worshiping white folks. You're going to ignore the black woman of 50 years. His wife of 50 years who he had until she died. We're going to ignore that and run straight to the white woman who was with him for the last couple of years. Look at that.
But I guess
you
that's,
see the double standard.
I guess that would
The
be,
white woman is more important than the black woman for you.
that would be a question that
The
you
white
would have
woman
to
is-
ask Frederick Douglass.
No, I'm
His
asking
choice.
you. Why did
No,
you
but it was
skip?
his choice.
No, I agree with that part.
Right,
But
but
what I'm dealing with is why did you skip the most significant woman in this life to highlight a Caucasian people? I want you to see your Willie Lynch right there. Did you see that Willie Lynch?
No, I didn't.
It's there though, brother.
I
Look
didn't.
in the mirror.
I didn't.
Now,
I
let
didn't
me
see
say
it.
this too.
I didn't. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I love my brother.
Yeah.
And let me say this. Thank God for Colin Kaepernick. And
Who's also a biracial.
first of all, let me be clear. As Pan-Africans, a product of an interracial marriage is an African. I got heroes who are biracial. The first black man to say God was black, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, was biracial.
Right, but I was saying
But
earlier,
he would
if
also
the world
say-
would have thought the way you think and only blacks should marry within, we wouldn't have some of your
You
heroes.
don't understand.
No, that was the only point
don't
I
know
was
that.
making.
You don't know that.
Well, then they would
Let
have
me
to
explain to you something
Right.
about African spirituality and culture.
I'm on my
When that baby is born, there's a spirit that is put within that body. It is the spirit that operates the body, not the skin of the flesh. So even if Barack Obama had not incarnated, well, he's not my hero. Even if Bishop Henry McMillan Turner had not incarnated in a biracial flesh, that spirit may have still incarnated in a 100% blue-black, unapologetically African. So you cannot say that that spirit would have never come to earth if that black and white would have never came together, because if the ancestors determined that that spirit needs to come and do the job, it's going to come through whomsoever they choose to send.
So we have 10 minutes, so I want to go back.
Notice I had one hand on the control because the other hand was on there.
What is that?
I really don't know how I went.
Brilliant that Colin chose as his means of protest.
Yeah, I figured he had a pretty fast last time.
The flag and the anthem. Because anyone who knows anything about the history of that Star-Spangled Banner, it was written by a racist, Francis Scott, who was against the abolitionist movement, who was a
Hey, bro, you ain't never sent me your lawyer information. You ain't never sent me your lawyer information, bro.
What's the number?
Your lawyer's information, bro. You said you was gonna send me this information so I can get these tickets and shit going.
Oh, I was cap. Man, what is you doing up at 3:55 a.m.?
Hey, really, I couldn't sleep, bro. I didn't went to sleep at like 7:30 because I didn't tie the fuck before and whooping the nigga ass all day.
You work tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time you have to go in?
7?
Shit.
Yeah. But shit, alright, bro.
slave owner himself. And even the third stanza, if you read it in the Star-Spangled Banner, which was taken out, okay, makes reference to the killing of black people in the Star-Spangled Banner. So we should not be respecting that. We should not be standing for that. We should not be putting our hand on the heart during a flag and a song that has only represented the degradation, dehumanization, and genocide of African people. And I'm hurt right now. Because when I listen to Deion Sanders, I'm hurt right now. When I listen to Jalen Rose, I'm hurt right now. When I listen to Ray Lewis, I'm hurt right now when I see strong black men, athletes, will sit up here and make it look like Colin Kaepernick did something wrong. That he needs to apologize, as if they don't understand the hell that black men and women catch every day living in these United States. I'm hurt because our strongest black man, our athlete, is also the most cowardly black man when it comes to standing up against racial oppression. But I commend Shannon Sharp. I commend, what's my brother who won the Heisman, cornerback, Green Bay Packers, Charles Woodson. He stood up, okay? And I see a couple other ones trying to stand, but the coward in them keeps on coming out. And instead of just saying he did what he should have done because attention needed to be put on the murder of black folks, and keep on backtracking. Well, he could have protested another way. I beg your pardon. Do you not know that America was born from a protest? Had it not been for, okay, that situation that happened in Boston, the United States would not even exist. So how do you dare say you cannot protest against the flag when that's exactly what y'all did in order to make this country independent?
You remind me of Malcolm X.
Thank you, sir.
Wait a minute.
Awesome accomplishment.
But Malcolm X, before he did the whole mega self-journey.
Well, I won't be doing that. All right.
Look,
that
my thing is,
well, Malcolm was a Garveyite. He was raised by a Garvey family. I'm a Garveyite. It makes sense. Malcolm was
when he did his changed some of his
that was propaganda, brother. That was propaganda. He didn't change anything. That was propaganda because
never dare let. No, all right, 10 seconds go.
10 seconds.
I just want to know. I just want to let you know you remind me of him. You pulled the out malnutrition. Go ahead.
I was with his daughter at Dick Gregory's funeral.
Was a guest on my show.
Powerful shit. That was propaganda from Malcolm.
Kids need clothes that fit right to feel comfortable, and that goes for their nighttime underwear too. Good night.
As you know, he was murdered 3 weeks after he got shot. And they agreed to come together. They were going to form a united front, and that's what ultimately led to Malcolm's death. Okay? But Malcolm, that was propaganda. He knew he would have to modify the rhetoric in public in order for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference to let Dr. King work with him.
10 seconds up. 10 seconds up. I can't do that after you. I can't do that after you. You said 10 seconds. I can't do that after you. Wait a minute. All right, 1 second. Go.
We know that he didn't change his position because when he started the Association of Afro-American Leaders, no white people could join.
Do you have white friends?
No black person has white friends.
Woo! That's a bold statement. So you have no white friends?
You just don't know.
No, I have a couple of white friends. Best friends, families. No, I know I do.
It's okay.
Thank you.
The one thing I love about white supremacy racism is there's not a black person on earth who it doesn't show them exactly who they are.
Right, and you believe that you're going to help the black, or you're helping the black community better off independent than like an author man or an artist, right? Because you said in the beginning you don't want to do any of that, so you got to do it independently or through your school. You think that's going to be a more efficient?
We have had our hands in politics. Probably the greatest black politician that we have post-Reconstruction. But the reason, here's what you need to be told. Nothing we got of significance, we got through blood. Everything you got, you paid for it. You paid for the blood. You got out of slavery through blood. You got the Civil Rights Bill through blood. It had to be voted on, but it was the blood that brought it through. It was the protests, and it was the sit-ins, and it was the marches, and the disruption of the economic order that brought that. You got the Voting Right Act through blood. Everything you got in America, you got through blood, not the ballot box. And
or necessary blood.
So,
or necessary blood, though. Like, you went through blood.
Yeah, it was necessary.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I don't believe in unnecessary shedding of blood. Okay, I don't talk recklessly like that. Okay.
Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
5?
Yes.
Well, obviously, school master of the first Frederick Douglass Marcus Garden Academy, but I also see myself playing a significant role in the 21st century African continental revolution. There has to be another revolutionary struggle on the continent of Africa to kick out the new colonials. Kwame Nkrumah and Steve Biko and Patrice Lumumba and Amilcar Cabral and Thomas Sankara, they kicked out the colonialists. Now it's our job to kick out the new colonialists, and I see myself ultimately repatriating to Africa to fight the fight from
that side.
Who are your top 3 African leaders of all time?
Of all time, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, the Honorable Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey, Queen Mother Harriet Tubman.
Frederick Douglass.
Garvey Douglas Tubman.
He's number 2.
No, he's actually he's number 1. Okay. He's the elder, so he goes before Marcus. Marcus just came out first because we're both Leos, August babies.
All right, there you go. And August is significant because that's when your school's coming out.
Oh, Nat Turner, August 21st.
Right.
And we will be down on the Nat Turner land November 11th. Anyone who wants to come. Nat Turner's life was taken from him on November 11th, 1831. We'll be celebrating that Ancestral Remembrance Day, not just Nat, but all the ancestors who gave their life for our freedom. Anybody who wants to come to Nat Turner land, join us.
We have a few minutes, 5 minutes. You're coming back. I want to talk to my viewers a little bit about that. So you're coming back October 19th.
Yes, sir. Next Thursday.
I know you before the show and a little bit in the beginning of the show you talked about the pipeline, the education. Talk a little bit about that.
There's 6 steps that America has created to marginalize and exterminate every black boy born in this country. Stage number 1 is education, preschool to 3rd grade, deliberate undereducation by middle-class white females. Stage 2, special education, approximately from 2nd grade to 7th grade. The deliberate misdiagnosing of black boys with reading problems, math problems, ADHDs, conduct disorders, emotional disturbance, and mild mental retardations that they do not have. Stage 3, unnecessary psychiatric medication and exploitation. The Ritalin, the Adderall, the Concerta, the Risperdal, the Depakote. Stage 4, juvenile incarceration. That'll kick them out of school, put them in an alternative school. Stage 5, psychological frustration. He's now mad at the system. Stage 6, premature extermination. 1 out of every 4 black boys will be exterminated at the hands of another black boy suffering the same debilitating effects of the 6th-stage psychoacademic holiday.
And this is October 19th, which is a week from today. And like you said, doors open at 4. We'll be speaking at 7.
Lecture at 6. And then I will have a book signing for my book, Psychoacademic Holocaust, from about 8 until 10. And we will be at the 1351 Dixwell Avenue. Okay, the banquet, the Balcony Banquet Facility. Balcony Banquet Facility, 1351 Dixwell Avenue. They can call me if they need the flyer, anything like that, ticket information. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. You can also pay at the door, okay? Website, drumarjohnson.com, drumarjohnson.com. Email, drumarjohnson@yahoo.com. If you have problems with your children, mental health, or miseducation, I'm the man you need to see.
One last thing before I let you go.
Sure.
A black person comes to you and say, you know what, Dr. Johnson, you're a racist. You don't have white friends, white choice. You only care about the black people, and you don't want to, you're segregating black people from white people. You just want black people in the community. What would you say to that? And a black person is telling you that. Not a white person, not a Mexican, but a black person is telling you that.
A black person with a white spirit inside of them, we call that the coon.
Okay.
But listen to what I'm saying.
So the black person says that to you, they're automatically...
No, listen to me. I help white children. I've evaluated white children. I get calls from every...
Because it's your job. Go ahead.
No. Off the job, they call me. I'll help anybody. I'm not, but I can't be a racist because in order to be a racist, you got to have the power and the privilege
to systematically disadvantage an entire another group. Racism is a group system. It's not individual. If I'm a racist, it's only because I belong to a larger system of racism, which black people have never created because we're too disorganized to have it.
Thank you so much. It's been fun. It's been interesting. I will. I am black. Black. You know, black is something that who you are. It's not something that I try to be or somebody try to be.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared. I'm kind of scared of you. I'm kind of scared of you a little bit. So we're both kind of.
Most important.
Yeah.
You disagree, still be brothers.
Yes, absolutely. That's why, and thank you for coming on my show. I really do need that about my heart. This is the Mike Nice Talking the Talk show. Catch me every Thursday. This is a live show. Catch them next Thursday.
Now at Aquatica, be fast or be last. On the all-new Riptide Race, the world's tallest dueling racer. Keep fun in the fast lane and slide into savings with up to $50 off tickets. Only at Aquatica. Impatience is a virtue. When you know what you want, waiting isn't an option. New Balance. We got now.
On July 26, CCTV, China Daily, Xinhua, and other major Chinese Communist Party media reported a news article. Henan Xinjiang Communist Canal Breach successfully blocked off. Similar to other reports by the state media, it did not include when the canal was breached, how much it affected the surrounding area, or how many people were affected. It only mentioned how brave and great the army was under the leadership of the CCP, and how it overcame the difficulties. Because the name of this on July 26, CCTV, China Daily, Xinhua, and other major Chinese Communist Party media reported a news article. Henan Xinjiang Communist Canal Breach successfully blocked off. Similar to other reports by the state media, it did not include when the canal was breached, how much it affected the surrounding area, or how many people were affected. It only mentioned how brave and great the army was under the leadership of the CCP, and how it overcame the difficulties. Because the name of this man-made river is the Communist Canal, it seems to be more symbolic to the CCP. Since July 20th, heavy rainfall across Henan. On July 26, CCTV, China Daily, Xinhua, and other major Chinese Communist Party media reported a news article. Henan Xinjiang Communist Canal Breach successfully blocked off. Similar to other reports by the state media, it did not include when the canal was breached, how much it affected the surrounding area, or how many people were affected. It only mentioned how brave and great the army was under the leadership of the CCP, and how it overcame the difficulties.
Wrong.
Because the name of this man-made river is the Communist Canal, it seems to be more symbolic to the CCP. Since July 20th, heavy rainfall across Henan caused the water level of reservoirs and rivers to rise rapidly. A large number of reservoirs in Henan are releasing water to protect their own safety, and a large amount of floodwater rushed into the rivers, causing many rivers to overflow their banks. At 10 p.m. on July 22nd, the Wei River's embankment located in Xinjiang City was breached. At 8 p.m. on July 22nd, the Wei River's bank in Peng Village was also breached, 30 kilometers downstream of Xinjiang. At 8 a.m. on July 23rd, the left bank of Weihe River in Xindian Village collapsed. The right bank has been divided according to the flood release plan, and 7 flood storage areas have been activated. After the banks broke down, the floodwater was like a fierce beast, pouncing on the houses and farmlands nearby, completely unstoppable. None of the houses in the village were spared, and everything was flooded. On July 23rd, the Huojia Dam in Henan Province broke its embankment. Rescuers and people on the dam quickly evacuated, and many people fled for their lives. On the same day, the Communist Canal also broke its banks. Located at the intersection of the Communist Canal and the Wei River, with a width of more than 100 meters. According to the Chinese media, the previously mentioned banks were repaired on the 26th. In order to stop the breach, a large number of trucks loaded with rocks were pushed into the flood. The Communist Canal alone swallowed up more than 40 trucks, and the army dispatched several helicopter units to drop containers. After the old bank was repaired, the village of Hezhong had another breach on the morning of the 26th, and the length was estimated to be around 50 meters. The reservoir discharge combined with the multiple embankment breaches have severely affected Henan Province. According to the official reports, as of noon on the 27th, Henan's heavy rainfall has affected 13 million people, and 71 people were killed. It was initially verified that 29,000 water conservancy facilities were damaged. A total of 931,800 people
move, man,
to avoid danger in the province. And 2.5 million acres of crops have been affected, with 360,000 acres of crop failure. It is impossible to confirm how many of the more than 10 million people in Henan were affected by the rainstorm, and how many were affected by the floods of the reservoirs. But it can be confirmed that most of the people affected were unaware of the reservoir discharge flow. For example, the Changzhong Reservoir, which is only 6 kilometers away from the center of Zhengzhou City, started discharging downstream at 10:30 a.m. on July 20th. But Zhengzhou's online disaster prevention service did not inform people of the flooding until 1 a.m. the next day. People went to work and traveled normally on July 20th, which led to this major disaster in Germany. According to a report by Radio Free Asia, a person in Xinjiang who requested anonymity told RFA that the local government is ineffective in dealing with the floods, including local officials who secretly dug the embankment to discharge the water in order to avoid compensating farmers. Mr. Song, a commentator on current affairs, told RFA that secretly breaking the embankment to release floodwaters is no different from murder. The deliberate and secret release of floodwater some even digging the embankments, can be said to be rare in the past and present. This is simply intentional killing. Zhengzhou discharged water under the guise of heavy rainfall, and many people were not aware. People in other places, including Xinjiang and Hebei, are getting a bit wary of the government, being vigilant in case they secretly break the embankment in the middle of the night when people are sleeping. A woman in Xinjiang commented on Weibo, her family lives in an area where the Mengjiang River merges into the Wei River. At 4:50 a.m. on the 21st, the river waters kept rising. She had always trusted the government before, but this time, the people in her village almost drowned in their sleep. Because the riverbank was guarded by villagers in the middle of the night, they discovered a construction crew trying to dig the riverbank and shouted for other villagers to stop them, narrowly avoiding a man-made disaster. The village of Qimen in the town of Xinzhen is located at the intersection of 3 rivers. The villagers spent 2 days and 2 nights raising the riverbank in order to prevent flooding, but they were dug out and destroyed by the government. During the conflict, the villagers were sprayed with pepper spray and gave up, resulting in the village being flooded. The crops and the first floor of buildings were basically all flooded, and the water was more than a meter deep. Officials censored the news. Recently, the village has been cut off from electricity and water, and it has become isolated. They are in urgent need of rescue equipment such as water pumps, and the villagers are pleading to the public for help. At present, there are still several cities in Henan in a state of emergency, including Xinxiang, Huixian, Anyang, and Hebei. Large areas of villages and towns are flooded, water and electricity are cut off, and villagers are on the roofs waiting for help. There was a story circulating on the internet about a villager who was trapped in his home by the flood and called and asked for help online, but no one responded. In the heat of the moment, he berated Xi Jinping on Weibo and was soon taken away by the police. There is no way to verify the authenticity of this story, but it encapsulates the current state of affairs in China, where stability is paramount and police control over people's speech is far more important than protection of their lives. At present, due to Typhoon Infa, Henan province will have heavy rain or even torrential rain in the near future, and there will be reservoirs of all sizes that may continue to flood. The disaster will only get worse since the Weihe River's reach has not yet been completely closed off for the time being. While praying for the safety of the people in Henan, people are also reflecting. The floods in China seem to be getting worse and worse every year, but how many of them are the result of the party's evil deeds many decades ago? How many of the floods in China are natural disasters, and how many are man-made? The People's Victory Canal, an irrigation project to divert water from the Yellow River in Henan province, was launched in 1951 and opened in 1952. Mao Zedong, former leader of the CCP, inspected the canal project on October 31st, 1952, and opened the Yellow River irrigation gate with his own hands. He also put forward his idea that along the Yellow River, it would be great if every county could build a gate to divert water from the Yellow River. His idea was soon implemented, and a large number of irrigation projects were built in Henan and Shandong province. Starting in 1953, the Communist Party built a large number of canals and reservoirs. The Ministry of Water Resources and the Ministry of Rural Work proposed to vigorously carry out the construction of small-scale water conservancy projects for the masses. In November 1957, the CCP began the Great Leap Forward campaign, and Mao Zedong specifically quoted the Great Leap Forward folk song, I'm Coming, in which Mao praised the lyrics, let the mountains bow, let the rivers give way. In June 1958, Mao Zedong put forward the slogan of expanding food production as the main focus in agriculture. Since then, the requirements and speed of the leaping forward development in agricultural production have continued to increase. As the lifeblood of agriculture, water conservancy construction has also reached a new high. Small-scale water conservancy construction, mainly small reservoirs and canals, has been carried out vigorously throughout the country. During the Great Leap Forward movement, for water canals alone, Henan Province has built the Communist Canal, Dongfeng Canal, Red Flag Canal, and People's Leap Forward Canal. The names of these canals were all heavily politicized. The massive construction of canals and reservoirs were referred to as construction of water conservancy projects to permanently solve natural disasters such as floods and droughts. But in reality, it embodies the CCP's philosophy of conquering nature, transforming nature, and man's determination to win over heaven. For example, the Communist Canal we talked about is 192 kilometers long, with a width of 80 to 100 meters at its entrance. Dug in 1958 during the Great Leap Forward, it was named after the three provinces of Henan, Hebei, and Shandong, which were said to have carried out the spirit of communism together. It took just over a year to complete the construction. In order to build the Communist Canal, several counties under the jurisdiction of the Anyang Prefecture mobilized and set up a task force. Each county was responsible for repairing a section. There were more than 10,000 migrant workers in June County alone. The intention back then was to bring water from the Yellow River to the Wei River through the Communist Canal in order to relieve the water shortage in Tianjin, where the Wei River enters the sea. However, the Communist Canal project was blindly launched with technical design flaws and failed to achieve its intended purpose. In 1962, the third year after the canal was built, it stopped diverting the Yellow River due to technical reasons. Similar to the fate of many canals built during the Great Leap Forward era, the Communist Canal was gradually abandoned and deserted after the 1980s, with many broken riverbanks along the way.
To feel my best means taking the best. The best health solutions and supplements. Personalized for my body. Backed by unrivaled science and research.
I will now call to order the special board meeting of the District School Board of Collier County and the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Administrative Center Board meeting.
Collier County, Florida is affluent, overwhelmingly white, and twice voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. It seems an odd place for a row about race and political philosophy. a topic previously confined to obscure academic journals. But activists in Collier County are doing battle over the au courant culture war issue, the teaching of critical race theory, CRT, to K-12 students.
So what is this meeting about? It's about textbooks. Books filled with Marxist, communist, racially divisive ideologies.
CRT is a decades-old academic idea centering the role of racism in cultural and political life. But in the current debate, its meaning is ill-defined.
This critical race theory urges intolerance of all human beings that have been created in the image of God.
I do not agree with teaching children how to feel about things. That is called indoctrination.
I'll be damned if I will allow a Marxist revolution to take place in this country, and we need to reject our children even being taught it.
The Department of Education, Portland personally has said that he has directed his staff to go out to all of the publishers and get this critical race theory and all of its tentacles out of the existing materials that have been approved.
Keith Flaw is the founding director of the Florida Citizens Alliance, a conservative group that crusades against curricula it deems insufficiently patriotic or excessively progressive.
What did you see in those two books that you looked at? What did you object to?
Critical race theory. What critical race theory boils down to is teaching kids to hate their friends, teaching them to focus on race rather than focus on character.
So let's look at some of these examples from the K-5 books that you were objecting to the other day.
What I did was go through the teacher's manuals that are used to teach these books. And what you find is that it builds the foundation for critical race theory, not on the 3 words of critical race theory, but it builds the foundation on culturally responsive training, equity versus equality, social justice. So those are all innocuous terms in many people's minds, but when you look at how the left is now using those to drive the whole perspective of critical race theory.
What is the sentence in here?
I'm not sure there is one.
There isn't.
The terms, see, that's where most.
No, I don't even mean the terms. I mean the concepts. What in the book conceptually do you object to that teachers will read this off?
Culturally responsive training is a whole notion in the book. Equity versus equality is a whole notion.
But that's in the book that the kids will read.
No, that's in the book the teachers are using as a guide to teach the kids.
Do you have the section where it says something about equity over equality? Is equity mentioned in the teacher's guide?
I don't recall. Equity, culturally responsive training is clearly identified.
What is culturally responsive training? What does that mean?
Culturally responsive training is a fancy term for multiculturalism, dividing people by ethnicity.
Where is this from?
This is from the homework our team did.
So that's your language, not the language of the textbook.
It's language we found in the literature. I don't know what you're looking for, Mike.
I don't see anything in here that says that they're teaching critical race theory.
This is all very subtle. We've said that from the beginning. Critical race theory is a very subtle ideology that permeates. This is identity-based racism, Marxism. If it looks like a duck, talks like a duck, and walks like a duck, it's a duck.
Despite a lack of specific examples, and in the face of organized citizens, the board delayed approving material it previously found unobjectionable on a curious technicality.
I do feel very strongly about this, so I'd like to make a motion to defer the vote today.
None opposed? All right. Thank you all.
Jen Mitchell is the vice chair of the Collier County School Board.
It's not the book itself. In fact, you said it was a pretty good book.
It's a great book. I objected to material that I saw on their website that I was alerted to by a citizen. It's very clearly speaking about BLM and all of these very controversial areas around race. Now that we're aware that the publisher took this position, maybe there are some things that might jump off the page and appear to be maybe not appropriate if we take a look again, knowing what we know now. So I think we just need to do the best that we can to kind of create this bubble around our kids and keep that type of stuff out of the classroom.
Meeting adjourned at 1:20.
Just days
Come on!
after the County School Board erupted in acrimony, The Florida State Board courted controversy when it took up new rules explicitly banning K-12 teachers from, quote, teaching critical race theory. The measure had been championed by Florida Governor and likely 2024 presidential candidate Ron DeSantis, who kicked off the meeting.
So I know you guys are going to consider the critical race theory prohibition, and obviously that's something that we've been supportive of. In my office, we've got to have an education system that is preferring fact over narratives.
Both sides of the debate claim a monopoly on truth, typically in stark contrast to their opponents, who are said to traffic in lies and propaganda, though few proffer a definition of what exactly constitutes truth in history.
The proposed amendment that you all are looking at requires that teachers define American history based on standards in the Declaration of Independence. At that time in our history, black people were property, and they weren't even considered to be people.
Teaching the facts will bring the country together, not divide the country.
Do we need more critical race theory if that's what it means, teaching the truth? We need more of that in schools.
This is a deliberate plan to politicize and whitewash history.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Stop it.
Susan Eric.
We say
your time is up. Thank you.
Allow teachers to teach.
Mm-hmm.